your starters. Target center, are you ready? At the small forward position, standing 6'8", number 22.
Thanks for joining us live for NBA basketball on 2K Sports. This is Kevin Harlan with Steve Kerr, Clark Kellogg, and Doris Burke. Well, it was the Chicago Bulls in their last game a loss to the Cleveland Cavaliers.
I thought overall, Kevin, it was mostly the defensive effort that hurt them. Just no energy, no purpose.
Steve, I thought they were late on their rotations. They didn't really communicate well, and as a result, they paid for it.
All fueled up and ready to go. Let's check out who's on the floor, courtesy of Gatorade. So for Chicago right now, D. Rose and Jimmy Butler, the backcourt. Pau Gasol is out there with Dunleavy. And it's Gibson in at the pivot spot, manning the middle. And there's Pekovic. That one's good on the assist by Rubio. Pekovic has got his first points of the night. On defense, the Timberwolves. This game coming after a loss against the Pistons.
Yeah, they look totally disjointed. And sometimes you have a night like that. Nothing goes in the basket. It's just pure frustration.
Well, you can call it any number of things, Steve. Disjointed, disorganized, discombobulated, dysfunctional. Any of those would fit.
And the foul called on Pau Gasol. That is his first foul of the game. First quarter of play, 1 minute played. Here's Martin. And there are the Timberwolves with another bucket.
Could be the first of many mid-range jump shots we see from him today.
Guys, they're looking for a way to score here.
Yeah, they've had a tough time getting the lid off the basket so far. I like the fact that he led his teammate right to the ideal spot. You don't always throw it to your teammate. You throw it to where he needs to be.
Here's Young, and he goes in for the dunk.
He really is a high flyer, guys. It's kind of rare for a power forward, but he needs it because he is undersized.
Chicago's gone 0 of 2 from deep here.
Well, for Ricky Rubio, it seems there's been a little disappointment in his development as a shooter, but still room for hope and optimism. The Timberwolves were much better with him on the floor. His overall impact on the game, still undervalued, but clearly impactful.
Here's Dunleavy, takes it up with both hands and rips it down. No challenge from the defense there, Clark. Could have put that one through any way he wanted.
And I love the choice there, partner, going hard to the hoop for that throwdown.
Yeah, that's invisible defense leading to a very visible finish.
The drive by Rubio. Young pass to Rubio. And it's Rubio again missing. The Bulls have gone 3 of 5 shooting the ball so far. Dunleavy kicks to Gibson. Rose dishes to Butler. Shoots. And it comes off the rim with a high bounce.
Looked like he rushed that one, guys. The defense was out of position. He was wide open, just couldn't take advantage.
Here's Wiggins and Gibson with the block. And out of bounds as the Bulls gain possession. Just over 2.5 minutes played here so far in the first quarter. The shot by Butler, nobody around. Butler missing again.
His touch has disappeared on him this quarter. He just hasn't been able to get it going.
Deflects the pass. And it's Pekovic missing. Chicago trailing here. And there's the whistle. Fouled hard on the shot. He'll go to the line. That one on Martin.
Well, certainly a story here at the Target Center is the ongoing $100 million renovation to the building. Split 50-50 between the team and the city of Minneapolis. And that's great news for Timberwolves fans.
And you look at the long list of improvement for the Target Center. New lobbies, new box office, renovated locker rooms, new clubs and gathering areas. Seems like they're getting great bang for their buck.
And for the Bulls, they're shooting 43% since taking the floor today. Rose passes to Dunleavy. The shot by Butler, nobody around. Hits the three-point bomb. Butler's got 7 points in the game.
Most any NBA player can make you pay when you leave them that wide open. That's why you have to stay alert on defense.
And guys, it can be tough to see teams pressuring cities for new arenas. Nice that the Timberwolves can stay put and still get those improvements.
Absolutely, Kevin. You know, this building is good bones, a great location, so it's a pleasure to see the transformation they're making here, and we're already starting to see some of the results.
Here's what Chicago's going with right now. Joakim Noah, he's checked in for Gibson. Mirotic comes in for Pau Gasol. And McDermott subbed in for Dunleavy.
Thaddeus Young is a left-hander out of Georgia Tech. Only played 1 year in college and has really rounded into a nice pro. He's a very unique player. He's a face-up, slashing power forward with a lightning-quick first step. He's really hard to keep in front.
And the Timberwolves making a change here. Williams is checked in.
Took the safe route there. Wasn't about to do anything that would get him in trouble on that one.
Nope. Up and in with one hand, the most basic finish possible.
And yet he still made it look pretty good.
And Thaddeus Young able to outquick most of his opponents, especially Steve in transition.
Yeah, nice spin move getting to the rim and a creative finisher in close. He's got the hook, the scoop, the floater. And this guy's dangerous in a lot of different ways.
Here's what Minnesota's going with right now. Gorgie Dang's checked in for Nikola Pekovic. Brewer comes in for Wiggins. And Barea subbed in for Martin. Earlier, Doris Burke spoke with head coach Flip Saunders. And Doris, what'd you find out?
Kevin, he said basically rebounding is as much about energy and effort, and getting to the offensive glass is exactly what he hopes to see. They've already proven to be a great offensive rebounding team, and he'd like to see that reputation grow just a little bit more today, gentlemen.
Thanks a lot, Doris. And Clark, that speaks close to your heart, doesn't it?
Yeah, without question. That was a strong part of my game was rebounding. So when I was playing, the last thing I ever wanted was for my man to beat me on the glass. That would be unacceptable.
Now here's Williams. 11 points for him in that last game against Detroit. Outside Butler. From deep. Here's Noah. Breaks it off the glass.
You know, of the last 6 baskets, 5 have come on the interior. This is major smash mouth basketball, guys.
Love it. Old school. Just physical play in the paint. Dominating.
Williams, that's good. And the first time out of the game called for Chicago. Well, it's funny, Clark, some people thought that Joakim Noah was considered a bust when drafted by Chicago.
Very premature assessment of that young man. I tell you, you talk about having to eat crow for those who felt that way. A 2-time NCAA champion, Noah has now rightly become revered as the heartbeat of this scrappy Bulls team, an All-NBA and All-Star, and also an All-NBA defensive player as well.
Shots good from Young. The Bulls have gone 8 of 14 from the field in the first quarter. That's good.
And you can feel the pattern of this game, guys. They're working it inside, dominating in the paint, getting good shots at will.
Well, 4 of their last 5 baskets, guys, have been of exactly that variety.
And Kirk Heinrich picks up the foul. That is his first foul of the game.
14
Here's Dang. Looking for his first basket still in this one. And Williams, here we go. And Zhang kicks to Brewer. Shot clock at 6. And here's Young from the arc. And it's Chicago with the rebound. And here is Noah. They get it back. Mirotic dishes to Heinrich. Here's McDermott. That 3 off the mark. And that concludes a back-and-forth, high-scoring first quarter of play. Bulls lead by 3. And we'll get it going after this from the Target Center.
Coming up next Thursday, November 6th.
And we got a close game here as we get back to the second quarter. Hey guys, what do you think about the offensive approach we've seen so far for the Bulls?
And some great drives to the bucket for them to this point, guys.
The other thing they've had going for them tonight is their passing. I mean, doing a nice job. Plenty of their points early on coming off assists.
Wiggins is out there with Gorgie Dang. Then there's Brewer. And there's Pekovic. And it's Rubio in at the point. So that's the Timberwolves 5.
There it is again. On a lot of their possessions this first half, they've established great position inside.
Yeah, getting the ball into the post should be their first option every time down. Force the defense to adapt and adjust. Well, I'm not necessarily a big fan of him shooting that shot, but they did give him the space. The Chicago Bulls consistently one of the best defensive teams in basketball. Coach Tom Thibodeau is an innovator on that side of the floor and great motivator as well. He's done an amazing job.
Chicago leading. Outside Rose. Here's McDermott. It's good. This time the assist from Rose. Rose has got 5 assists tonight.
This is great. Three-pointers going down quickly at both ends.
Yeah, it took them no time to answer back on that possession.
Old center Joakim Noah, winning Defensive Player of the Year last season. Well-deserved. A big factor for him inside.
And, you know, Kevin, you can make a case with the talent they have, arguably being the premier defensive front line in the NBA.
Agreed. Here's Rubio. It's all evened up. Rubio's got 4 points in the quarter.
Another bucket in the paint. That's something they just have not been able to stop today.
I think it's time to make some adjustments defensively, Clark. I mean, what they've got going right now is not getting it done.
And it's Rose missing. Minnesota's gone 3 of 5 from beyond the arc so far tonight. They've definitely hit that groove offensively.
They sure have, guys. I mean, really aggressive. And I like that posture and mindset. Stay aggressive.
Yeah. Steve, you like groove, don't you?
I do. I love groove, Kevin. And I love the attack mode this team is in, too. I mean, they're really getting into the paint. They're getting whatever they want offensively.
All going up court.
You rarely see him missing dunks. But the defender was right in his face on that one, and it threw him off just enough.
Rubio outside. He feeds it to Wiggins. And the layup's good off the glass.
The lead should be safe if they keep shooting like this.
Well, they're on fire. I mean, they're absolutely on target and looking to pad that scoring total, too.
And again, Chicago. No good. Minnesota in the lead. And let's catch up with our sideline reporter, Doris Burke. Doris, over to you.
Well, thank you, Kevin. Ricky Rubio hasn't always played as well as he had hoped, but wants to be a leader for his team. He said, that's the way I am. That's the way I've played my whole career. But when I don't feel comfortable, it's hard. I just have to get back on track and lead by example out there, busting my tail and bringing energy every night. Guys,
credit him for continuing to work. Thanks, Doris. Minnesota shooting their 5th and 6th free throws of the game.
About a year ago, they converted about 78% of their free throws as a team, so pretty solid there.
Yeah, they had the kind of success from the line that would make any coach breathe a sigh of relief, guys.
Here's what Minnesota's going with right now. Martin comes in for Wiggins, and Levine subbed in for Corey Brewer. The Bulls also changing it up. Pau Gasol's checked in for Gibson. Dunleavy comes in for Mirotic, and it's Butler in for Tony Snell. They get it back. Here's Gasol. And that time, also a missed shot.
And you can feel the momentum swinging. They needed that shot badly.
Steve, I sense some frustration here. It seems like they're getting a little frustrated. It's understandable because they've given up this big run.
Mike Dunleavy is going to pick up the foul. That is his first foul of the game. Thaddeus Young, he's checked in for Jang. The Bulls also changing it up. Joakim Noah is checked in for McDermott. And it's Heinrich in for Rose. Martin the pass to Pekovic. Rebound by Heinrich.
Nikola Pekovic, prior to last season, signed a 5-year, $60 million extension. You know, he missed a month with a right ankle issue. But that aside, he went about showing that he was worth every penny.
And Rubio kicks to Martin. Pekovic with the screen for Martin. They double him with Noah. Here's Levine. And so it looks like the Timberwolves will retain possession here. Williams, he's checked in for the Timberwolves. Bean passes to Martin. He kicks it to Pekovic to the left side wing. To the paint. Gasol with the rebound. Gasol's got 3 rebounds so far in the game.
It's been a poor shooting performance for him today, but luckily for them, a lot of his teammates have come through.
They're having much more success here in the second after missing on a few chances that they had earlier. They've locked in and zoned in here now.
That's good. And that's now 11 points here for Thaddeus Young.
They've got to continue to put pressure on the defense by probing inside. That's what's really working for them.
And when you're doing the job they are inside, it takes pressure off the perimeter guys.
Good.
And they've set up countless buckets off assists. That's a huge part of what they've been doing here today.
A lot of dime dropping going on out there, Steve.
And Williams, here we go. Here's Pekovic, and terrific work on the offensive glass, and he picks up 2. Pekovic has got his 3rd basket of the night. Bulls trail by 4. Butler dishes to Noah. Heinrich kicks to Dunleavy. Back to Heinrich. Pulls it up. Second chance shot. Foul call that time on the way up. That'll give him 2 chances at the free throw line here.
Well, you allow them to get right to the rim like that. That's your only option.
Yeah, I think you got to foul them, and free throws are better than a layup.
You know, the Wolves really came up short from where they wanted to be, and you've got to attribute it to the fact that they weren't as good at home as they needed to be.
J.J. Barea is checked in for Levine.
I'd say that fast break went according to plan.
Yeah, it sure did. A good job getting it started, and a better job finishing it off.
Snatched up. Butler. And the officials whistle a foul on the shot. The bucket's good. He'll go to the line. For Chicago, they have been successful on 3 of their 4 free throw attempts up to this point. And for the Wolves, they weren't bad at home by any means. They still ended up with 24 wins here.
Yeah, but they were hoping to be up in the 30s like most of the playoff teams were. You know, really it came down to them not playing the high-level defense they needed in order to get wins at home.
Minnesota's gone 1 of 2 on 3-pointers here in the second quarter so far. Williams passes to Barea. There's the dish to Young. A fadeaway. Good, and it's Barea who picks up the assist. 13 points here for Thaddeus Young.
You know, he's got a quick trigger from that range when he senses that the defense has backed off.
3-pointer, Heinrich. Got it off in time, but it's no good. And we're through 2 here.
Kevin, I'm here with...
The third quarter now beginning. Both sides looking to pull away in the last half of the game. You look at Jimmy Butler. He's really been playing well.
Well, when he gets to the rim, I mean, you know he's going to score. That's just the way it is. And he's been getting there a lot so far today.
And, Steve, he's been operating at extremely close range. The D has to do a much better job of protecting the basket the rest of the way.
So for Chicago right now, D. Rose and Jimmy Butler back. Dunleavy is out there with Pau Gasol. And it's Gibson in at the center, filling out the middle.
Well, you know, Taj Gibson was the 26th pick back in 2009 coming out of USC. And, boy, what a get for the Bulls. He's a defensive-minded big man who can defend the 4 and 5 positions, and he's also got a very reliable mid-range jumper.
Let's check out what Doris Burke has for us.
Well, Kev, the Bulls coach Tom Thibodeau, known as one of the most demanding coaches in all the NBA, he said the teams that are special always play with a rare intensity. That's just how championship caliber teams play. He added, I don't think you really feel pressure if you're putting everything you have into each and every day. Sound strategy, Kevin.
He's one of the best getting that kind of effort from his players, Doris. Thank you. And Rubio kicks to Young. Down to 5 on the shot clock. Martin with the bucket.
And for Taj Gibson at 6'10", a 7'4" wingspan, that length helps make him disruptive. An excellent defender and shot blocker.
Out that one in, and the Timberwolves lead is cut down to 3 on the bucket from Pau Gasol. The Timberwolves have gone 2 of 3 from the field to start the second half. And Gibson, very mobile, able to cover ground defensively.
Yeah, he's got a slender build, Kevin, but he's a worker in the weight room. Slight and light, but Coach Thibodeau says he's the team's hardest worker and he's getting stronger.
And we're just about a minute and a half into the third quarter of basketball. And it's Martin penetrating, and he drops in the layup off the glass. Martin's got 13.
Well, that's one way to get your second half started on the right foot. An easy layup against some soft defense.
Gasol kicks to Rose, shoots over Rubio, and with that shot, the Timberwolves lead is cut down to 3 on the bucket from Rose.
He's such a well-rounded offensive player. He's got a little bit of everything.
And now Doris Burke has an update from the sidelines.
Hi, Kevin. Flip Saunders was just going over the plan with his team. He he was intent on running the offense through Martin. Coach has a lot of faith in him offensively and let his players know it, insisting that he be at the forefront of what they do at that end of the court from here on out. Perhaps the rest of this second half will look different after those adjustments, Kevin.
Thank you, Doris. From about 16, here's Rubio. The bucket is good. He'll have a chance for one more. That one on Dunleavy.
Well, he wasn't phased at all by the bigger man on him, and on the low block, I thought he might be.
You know, Steve, I thought maybe he'd prefer to bring him out to the perimeter, but whatever works, go to it.
Here's what Minnesota's going with right now. Jang, he's checked in for Nikola Pekovic, and it's Brewer in for Martin. Mirotic is checked in for Chicago. McDermott comes in for Dunleavy. Now Young inside. That's in, coming off an assist from Rubio. 15 points here for Thaddeus Young.
You know, one thing you have to admire, respect, and appreciate with this Bulls team is that they've had some really difficult luck with the injuries to Derrick Rose, but it was a no-excuse team. They never hung their heads. They competed, and they continued to win at a high level.
Bulls trail by 3. Gibson dishes to Mirotic. Here's McDermott. Can't tie it up as that one's no good. Minnesota's gone 1 of 2 from beyond the arc since coming out of the break. Wiggins kicks to Rubio. Young, a screen on Rose. Young outside. And he hits the jump shot. Young's got 4 this quarter.
His shooting's been outstanding. Definitely one of the reasons his team is up in this game.
Well, the Wolves didn't have a hard time scoring against any team. They took it to another level. It seemed always against the East.
Well, every time they played out of conference, it seemed like an up-and-down wild affair, and they were pretty good in those kind of games.
Levine's checked in for the Timberwolves. The Bulls also changing it up. Noah comes in for Taj Gibson. And Tony Snell subbed in for Derrick Rose. Levine kicks to Wiggins. Levine passes to Wiggins. That's good. And it's a 7-point Timberwolves lead.
As you said, with the Wolves 3rd in the league when it came to scoring against the East, but they were also near the bottom in points allowed.
And Butler, here we go. That's good. Butler's got 16.
Great interplay there between those two teammates.
Minnesota's gone 4 of 8 tonight from three-point land, shooting 50% on the 3-ball here. Here's Levine, kicks it to Wiggins. Pass to Brewer. Nice ball movement by Minnesota. 8 feet away. Rebounded by McDermott.
The Wolves did fare well against the East, but if they were able to play just a little better at the defensive end of the floor, I think they could have had a pretty strong out-of-conference record.
Stupendous rush to the rim and a mighty slam on the end of it.
But through the teeth of some pretty soft D, I can't help but say that.
Well, let's see how that impacts things here, because those kinds of plays sometimes can be game changers on both sides.
Here's Noah. Count it and the foul. It's on Thaddeus Young.
And how did he get that to go?
Even after the whistle, I like the awareness, the alertness, and the presence of mind to finish the play.
Nikola Pekovic is checked in for the Timberwolves. Williams comes in for Ricky Rubio. Brewer's shot is off. The Bulls have gone 8 of 12 from the field since the beginning of the 3rd. McDermott, no one around him, buries it from 3-point range. McDermott's got 5 points now this quarter.
But you can't leave him alone, especially from long range.
Minnesota calls timeout. At this point of the game, always important to stay focused, and while the coach goes over the game plan, these players are getting a much-needed chance to rehydrate and refuel with Gatorade. And guys, we know the drill well, all 3 of us drinking the Gatorade too.
Yeah, no question. Right. I mean, Kevin, people have no idea the fatigue that can set in during a telecast. And so it's important for us to stay hydrated all game long.
Clark, you're always hydrated.
Yeah, I try to be, but it's usually with a combination of H2O and Gatorade.
I love Gatorade. Look at Steve, got the Gatorade shirt on.
Yeah, he's really immersed in the Gatorade.
Yeah,
gotta love it.
Textbook example there of how to use defense to create offense.
Yeah, beautiful transition play after the steal all the way to the basket.
Wasted no time going from defense to offense.
Yeah, it feels like they're starting to pick up the intensity as the game itself starts to get a little more tight and close.
The open shot by Brewer. It's good. Great play by Williams to set it up. Brewer's got 7 points in the game. Here's Snell. 5 points in the game. And he was fouled on the way up. 2 free throws now for him. It's on Mo Williams.
Nice, strong finish. Very nearly a three-point play opportunity.
Yeah, when you stay aggressive, good things happen.
He hits both from the stripe. 5 seconds left in the third. From deep three-point range and released it in time, but it's off the mark. And that's it for the third quarter. Both teams scoring well as we head to the fourth. Bulls lead by 5. And fourth quarter basketball will be coming your way on 2K Sports right after this.
Hey, Mr. Venom. Yo, hola.
Tune in next Sunday, November 2nd. Stephen Curry and the Golden State Warriors go on the road to do battle with the Portland Trailblazers.
And a moment now to take a look at our State Farm assist of the game. With 6 in the game, it's been some excellent court vision from Rubio.
Well, he's been key to their ability to find the open man and really get the offense operating smoothly.
Chicago leading by 5. Young is out there, Pekovic. Then it's Williams. Then there's Martin. And it's Barea in at the 2-guard spot. So that's the lineup for Minnesota.
They just continue to splash home those threes. Eliminating the deep shot has to become priority number 1 for this defense.
It really does. I mean, it's not possible to give up that many points behind the arc and not pay the price in the end. Yeah, he's been the key cog in their offense with the way he shot the ball.
His percentage today beyond impressive. Certainly not his fault the score is what it is.
Boy, the deeper we get into this game, the more offense we're seeing.
And that goes for both teams, Steve. Everybody firing on all cylinders right now.
Williams dishes to Young. Martin kicks to Young. Martin, the pass to Pekovic. Rocket 6. Nobody near Williams. And right on target. Good. A few possessions into the fourth quarter. Just over a minute played. And Pau Gasol, the bucket on the assist by Rose. Rose has got his 9th assist in the game now. Timberwolves trail by 8. Outside Williams. Dishes it to Martin. Young left side. Back to Williams. 6 on the shot clock. Off the screen. And Gasol sends it back.
Well, he hasn't had much success shooting the ball, but it's not too late for him to get it turned around and start contributing.
And guys, let's get your take on the hustle stats for the Bulls.
Their defense has been outstanding, Kevin. Closing out on shots, blocking a lot of them as well.
Another part of their game that's made a difference tonight is all the second chance points they've been able to get.
Here's Pekovic. Tries again. Chicago grabs the miss. Gibson's got 4 rebounds in this game.
Solid rebound there. And with the score like it is, that's an area they just can't afford to get lazy with.
You know, I think the effort's been there, Steve, but they're still getting outworked just by a skosh.
Minnesota calls timeout.
He just is not happy with how his team is executing. And they've been on the wrong side of this run. It's time for a momentum shift.
You know, sometimes just getting off the court, taking a break, and coming back out fresh will give you a chance to pull together.
Here's what Minnesota's going with right now. Wiggins comes in for J.J. Barea. And Ricky Rubio is subbed in for Williams. And I think Doris Burke has something for us right now. Doris?
Thanks, guys. I got a chance to hear what Flip Saunders was saying to his club. He let his players know that they've got to do a better job on defense. He said, they're scoring any way they want. We've got to show some pride here. Let's make a stand defensively, get us stops, and get on a run of our own. Do they have it in them, Kevin?
All right, Doris, thanks. The Bulls leading by 7. Outside Butler. From deep. Rebound, Minnesota. Wiggins has got his third rebound tonight.
Well, remember, he made 2 3-pointers in the first half, but has not been able to get anything to fall here in the second.
Martin with it. Butler covering. And Young, here we go. Loses his man off the screen and lays it up and in.
The screenplay worked ideally there, and I'm not talking about the screenplay you see in a movie theater. Gave him more than enough room to get that shot off.
Boy, look at the big ups, Clark.
Major bounce there. I mean, he can fly, folks. Really fly.
Well, we're seeing more and more of that, it seems, guys, out of the point guard spot in the NBA these days.
Martin wide open. He fires. That's in. Coming off an assist from Rubio. Rubio's got his 7th assist of the game with that last one. Over 3.5 minutes through the final quarter now. Outside Butler. The 3. Good. Butler's got 21.
Boy, what a half from the field they're having. They're going to extend that lead if they stay this high.
Now they've taken it up another notch, Clark, looking very confident out there.
Martin wide open. He fires. Tried to answer back, but that 3 is off the mark. Dunleavy kicks to Gasol. And he takes it in for the layup off a very nice feed. And now it's a 9-point Chicago lead. Minnesota calls timeout. You look at Jimmy Butler. He's really been playing well.
They don't seem to have any answers for him. They need to review their game plan and look for a way to cool him off.
In low to Martin. A great 1-2 punch. Beautiful pass and nasty jam.
And the bounce pass was the key to the play.
The Bulls leading by 7. Outside Butler. A 3 ball. Wiggins with the rebound. Wiggins has got 4 rebounds now tonight. Here's Young. Nice pass. Right into the rack perfectly for the layup. Young's got 4 points now in the quarter.
His shooting has been so good today, he may have to take it upon himself to try to get his club out of this hole.
Throws, gets the bucket.
He's been a different guy in the second half, guys. His shooting percentage far better than it was before the break.
Rubio dishes to Young. Misses off the right iron.
They really depend on him to convert those chances. A lot of times, even with solid D draped on him, they expect him to make it.
Timberwolves trail by 7.
And the clock is their worst enemy right now.
Yeah, they've got to work very quickly here, Steve.
Martin wide open. He fires. And Gasol sends it back. Now Dunleavy fires the 3. Shot is no good. Great D that time for Martin. To the inside. Buries it. Oh, and that cuts the lead to just 5.
Well, this quarter has gone awfully well for him. It seems like every chance he's gotten, he's pretty much converted.
Rose attacking. Minnesota with the rebound.
Well, I like the defense there. Right up in his grill, didn't give him a chance.
From the wing. Hits the front of the rim and out.
Well, as far as jump shots go, that's as high percentage as it gets.
I'm not sure how that didn't go down.
We've got 28 seconds left in the fourth quarter. And so they choose to intentionally foul. He hits the first one, and that increases their lead to 6. And he hits both free throws here. So now it's a 7-point game.
Adds to their lead with a couple of solid free throws.
Minnesota calls timeout. They're losing by 7. 26 seconds left in the fourth. 26 seconds left to play in the final quarter. And the foul called on Pau Gasol. That'll be his 2nd foul of the game. Big group substitution now for Minnesota. Jang, he's checked in for Nikola Pekovic. Bennett comes in for Young. J.J. Barea checked in for Kevin Martin. And Levine subbed in for Ricky Rubio. So Chicago going with an almost entirely new group here. Mirotic is checked in for Gibson. McDermott comes in for Dunleavy. Tony Snell's checked in for Jimmy Butler. And it's Heinrich in for Derrick Rose. And it's the Bulls with the ball. Off on that one. And so it's Chicago winning this one. Both teams played well, but these guys had the edge.
Yeah, I think so. They were just steak knife sharp. Very on top of their game here.
Well said. And time now to go courtside as we send you over to Doris Burke from the sideline. Doris?
Well, a nice win for you tonight, Joe Kim. What was the attitude of the team coming into this game and just in general?
Yeah, we played hard tonight. We're getting better. We just got to keep going. You know, it's a work in progress. And, you know, we just got to keep fighting, and get as many W's as possible.
Congratulations, Joe Kim. We appreciate it. Guys, over to you.
Doris, thank you. And for Steve Kerr, Clark Kellogg, and Doris Burke, and the rest of our great 2K Sports crew. This is Kevin Harlan saying thanks for joining us as Jordan presents our player of the game, Derrick Rose.
Brought to you by Sprite. It's the 2K Sports pregame show.
Let's meet your Chicago Bulls.
Hello and welcome, everyone. Thanks so much for joining us on this Tuesday night edition of the NBA on 2K Sports. Alongside Steve Kerr and Clark Kellogg, this is Kevin Harlan. Looking at Chicago, they took the win in their last game against the Timberwolves in Minnesota.
And a very confident performance offensively, I think, guys, is really how this team clicks. I mean, when they're communicating and executing, sharing the ball, they're tough to beat.
And, Steve, you got to love that kind of performance on the road. I mean, to be a great team in the NBA, you have to be able to have that kind of performance in the other team's building. Really solid.
Now the starting group for Orlando. At the 2 and 3, it's Oladipo and Tobias Harris. Ryan Vucevic are the power forward and center. And it's Peyton in at the point guard position.
Well, a tough shooting slump for Jimmy Butler last season. Some injuries took him out of rhythm. He was asked to play a bigger role offensively after Luol Deng was traded. Still, he's become one of the premier defensive players in the league.
Rose, that's good.
There they go, finally able to drop one in on their fourth try.
Chicago on defense. Peyton passes to Vucevic. And there's the foul. Goes on Taj Gibson. That is his first foul of the game. And just over a minute played here in the start of the game. And Chicago has possession. Butler goes in for three. Dunleavy The shot is off. And Orlando the other way now. Outplayed in the previous game on their schedule, losing to the Raptors.
They found themselves up against a hot team that night, Kevin, and they just didn't have the manpower defensively to shut them down.
You know, guys, I expected a little more fight out of them than what they showed us. They never strung together any stops like they needed to.
Butler goes in, and it is flushed down with a nice jam. No challenge from the defense there. Clark could have put that one through any way he wanted.
And I love the choice there, partner, going hard to the hoop for that throwdown.
Yeah, that's invisible defense leading to a very visible finish.
And Gibson sends it back. Shot, high post, again Chicago.
Heads-up play there, guys, on the assist and the finish.
The Magic have gone 3 of 4 from the field to start out the game. Payton outside, passes it to Harris, fires the three, goes back up. The rebound by Gasol. Chicago's gone 0 of 3 from three-point land, nothing yet going outside. So they take the lead. Butler's got his second basket of the night.
Yeah, nice fast break from start to finish, guys.
Especially on the back end. I mean, he polished it off perfectly.
You know, the Bulls' offense was not that great last year. As a matter of fact, they struggled to score. But when they did get to 100 points, they were one of the best teams in the league.
Now, here's Fry. His last outing, he had 8 points. 4 on the clock. Harris dishes to Fry. And it's going to be a 24-second shot clock violation. They turn it over.
Well, let's take a look at where Orlando ended up, Kevin, rank-wise in the league last year. 12th in free throw percentage, 13th in opponent shooting percentage. And for team steals, a little bit to be desired there. Just made it to the top 20 in the league.
Well, as you said with the Bulls, a 22-2 record last season when they got to 100 points.
Well, it's a perfect example of how dominant their defense is. I mean, if they got to 100, they knew they could count on their D every single night. But getting to 100 was the problem. They did not score very easily.
Now, here's Oladipo. He has 6. No good from Fry.
Even against solid defense, he's still going to try to continue to make that shot.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, I wouldn't bet against him in that situation next time.
Bulls shooting their first free throws of the game on this trip to the line, and he knocks down the first one. The Magic, Steve, a team that 6 years ago was playing in the NBA Finals, but a full-on rebuild is taking place in Orlando.
Yeah, the departure of Dwight Howard kind of set that process in motion, and now trying to build with young talent, being very patient, and, you know, they've put some good pieces in place. They've got to continue their strong work, though.
And, you know, when you think about the Orlando Magic building patiently through the draft, kind of the Oklahoma City model, the front office of the Magic run by people who worked in OKC and the Spurs organization before that. So they're not trying to take any shortcuts. They want to build this team right.
Mirotic is checked in for the Bulls. Heinrich comes in for Jimmy Butler. Gordon's checked in for the Magic. Gordon comes in for Victor Oladipo.
Tell you what, if there's success on the boards in this first quarter is any indication, it's going to be a good day.
And rebounds usually are a good indicator.
And finished off by Mirotic.
Well, this is how you completely rattle an opponent's rhythm.
Yeah, you know, such terrific on-the-ball defense to trigger the transition opportunity.
And it wasn't just the tough D, it was the exclamation point they put on the fast break with the slam. You know, for the Magic, initially people thought they really got the short end of the stick in the Dwight Howard trade, but in hindsight, they did quite well. They've acquired some nice young pieces, some draft picks, and I think looking forward, the Magic are actually in a pretty good position.
Well, they've gone on this run, and ball movement has been a big key.
Yeah, they have the defense on the run right now because every pass seems to have a purpose. They're getting great movement, great spacing, and they're really lining them up defensively.
And here's Gordon from outside, and it's Chicago with the rebound. It's a 6-point game. McDermott kicks to Mirotic, and stolen by Gordon. Payton outside. .104 left in the first. Just 5 on the clock. Here's Harkless. Great defense that time from Noah.
You know, he can be a little hesitant near the rim. We saw it there. If the defense offers just a little bit of resistance, he doesn't take it up quite strong enough.
Well, they're really doing a nice job of stringing together solid possessions and building that lead up.
That's the key, Steve. They'll stay in control of this game if they can just avoid any lulls going forward.
And it's the Magic with the ball. The Bulls getting the bucket. Blocked. They recover it. Gordon kicks to Harkless. They need this. Mirajic grabs the miss.
Kind of rare to see him come up empty on a wide open look.
They're whistled for a blocking foul, and he'll head to the line.
Doug McDermott was a high school teammate of Harrison Barnes back in Ames, Iowa. They helped the team win 53 straight games and back-to-back state titles. At the time, Barnes was seen as the surefire NBA prospect, but McDermott became a superstar in his own right, playing for his dad at Creighton.
Bulls making a switch here. Snell's checked in. Orlando also making some changes. Evan Fournier's checked in for Harris. And Luke Ridnour subbed in for Payton. And there's Ridnour. That's good on the assist by Harkless.
You know, the height difference there is huge, but he canceled it out with great body control in the air.
Exactly, Steve. He got to the hoop and wouldn't allow himself to be manhandled by the big boy.
What a start they've gotten off to. A big lead for them, and we're not even out of the first quarter yet.
And it's not just their hot offense here. I mean, they're playing very strong defense too, guys.
The drive by Gordon.
And the offense just getting right to the rim, but at least they saved the layup with the foul.
That's old school basketball rules. I mean, at the end of the day, no easy layup. Earn it from the line.
The Magic shooting their third and fourth free throw attempts of the game. And Gordon drops them both. Here's Noah. And that's not going to go. And that concludes the first quarter of play. Bulls out front.
The new
Now the second quarter getting ready to start up. Guys, what's your take on the Bulls so far?
And the defense has been key in building this lead. They've really clamped down hard.
They've done a nice job, Steve. I think challenging every shot, a hand up on every shot.
And now brought to you by Gatorade, all fueled up and ready to go. Let's reset our lineups. So the Bulls 5 right now. Inside, Gibson and Noah. Tony Snell is out there with Heinrich. And it's Butler in at the small forward position.
You know that if you're a team in the East or anywhere in the NBA for that matter, when you face the Bulls, it's going to be a battle wire to wire. These guys are coming at you for the full 48 minutes. They're extremely tough within the conference, too.
Here's Vucevic. Good. And the assist goes to Ridnour. Vucevic has got his second bucket of the night.
They've done well at taking advantage of some late defensive rotations and getting the ball into the paint.
Yeah, they've been the aggressors, Clark, and getting the ball inside into that lane area has been huge for them.
No good from Gibson. And Doris Burke has a report for us from the sideline.
Well, Kevin, Bulls coach Tom Thibodeau worked with Clippers coach Doc Rivers in Boston for many years, and they remain close friends, often sharing notes. Rivers said of Thibodeau, "He's the best mind I've ever been around. People keep expecting them to fall, but he holds them together. It's his system, but it's more just his way. He simply doesn't relent, Kevin."
He makes his players believe, Doris. That's something they both share in common. Thank you. Snell, that's good.
Well, the Bulls just seem built to play against every other team in the East, and it's why they've made the playoffs so often and finished on top in recent years.
Chicago making some changes. Pau Gasol's checked in for Noah. Dunleavy comes in for Tony Snell. And it's Rose in for Kirk Heinrich. And a switcher also for Orlando. Oladipo, he's checked in for Harkless. And with that, the Chicago lead is cut down now to just 9 in the bucket from Fournier. And to add on with Chicago. Last year they won 35 games against the East, which was bested all by the Indiana Pacers.
Well, that's more than Miami and other teams that finished above them in the standings. The Bulls are always a factor in the East, it seems.
Here's Ridnour, following the score by Derrick Rose. Ridnour passes to Vucevic. Stolen by Rose. And here we go, the Bulls fast break. And the layup is good after a nice lead pass. Rose has got 8 points.
And he may be the guy to put this game even farther out of reach.
The Magic trail by 13. And here in the second quarter of action with a hair under 2.5 minutes played so far. Fournier's shot is off.
That's a tough one there because he's wide open. That's a shot he expects to make.
And Butler, here we go. It's blocked. Ridnour with it to the middle. Fry dishes to Fournier. And Oladipo kicks to Fournier. Here's the three. And good on the basket. Book it. Fournier's got 5 points now in the quarter.
D there, guys, was pretty much non-existent. I mean, you can't leave a good shooter like that open.
And the first time out of the game called for Chicago. Victor Oladipo, the second overall pick in last year's draft out of Indiana, viewed as a can't-miss prospect for his combination of athleticism and work ethic and defensive potential. And you called a lot of his games in college, and now you see what he's doing as a pro.
Well, you know, he was also favored to win Rookie of the Year, and really like everything about Oladipo, Kevin. I mean, his attitude, his work ethic, his skill level. There was some question as to whether or not he was big enough to be a two-guard, and he's shown that he's actually fairly comfortable running the point, and his skill level is pretty good. We talked about him maybe being favored to win Rookie of the Year. That honor actually went to Michael Carter-Williams, NCW. But nonetheless, Oladipo had a strong first year.
And Orlando has possession. The Bulls knocking down the three, and the foul on Derrick Rose. That is his first foul of the game. Chicago making some changes. Mirotic comes in for Taj Gibson, and McDermott subbed in for Butler. The Magic also changing it up. Gordon comes in for Channing Frye, and it's Payton in for Fournier. An indication there of why the scoreboard looks like it does. Very passive defense.
But the finish was anything but passive.
No, he hammered that down, Clark. Superb above the rim action.
Oh, and it looks like that's going to be a goaltending call. Yep, that's it. So they'll get the basket.
He almost got to that shot in time, but not quite. You can't touch the ball once it's on the way down.
There's 1:54 left in the first half of the game.
Boy, just by his body language, Kevin, you can tell he thought that triple was going to fall.
Yeah, a little frustrated now, shaking his head after that miss.
Now, here's Oladipo. Laid in with a nice touch off the glass. Oladipo's got 4 points in the quarter.
Now, they're finally starting to shoot the ball a little bit better now.
You know, I thought this was the kind of play they needed in the first quarter, but as I always like to say, it's better late than never.
He had a nice open look right there. And that's 11 points for Derrick Rose.
And after that last game, Clark, I'm not surprised to see him so hot. He's got it rolling right now. Magic's offensive struggles last year were numerous, but a big part of it was that they just didn't get to the line often.
Out of bounds, Magic ball as Orlando keeps possession.
And a quick look at the year Pau Gasol had last season. 11th in blocks, and he did a lot of work on the glass, battling his way into the top 15 performers in the rebound category.
And looking back for a second at his block shots per game average, Steve, I mean, his low post defense was phenomenal. I mean, I love watching him operate down there defensively. And for the Magic not getting to the foul line, that's a two-headed coin, if you will. One side of it is not attacking the basket, but the other side of it is lacking the experience and craftiness to draw fouls.
Here's Payton. The Bulls knocking down the three. Gordon with a screen on Rose. Payton passes to Gordon. Gordon with the screen for Oladipo. Shot clock at 6. Again, Oladipo missing.
And you know why he was open there. They didn't commit too much defense to him, and you can see why. He has trouble making that shot.
McDermott can't get it to go.
He hit a three in the first, but so far has been unable to capitalize here in this quarter.
Chicago making some changes. Joakim Noah's checked in for Gasol. Tony Snell comes in for Mike Dunleavy. And it's Heinrich in for Derrick Rose. Harkless is checked in for the Magic. Gordon comes in for Victor Oladipo. Gordon goes in. Here's Harris. Second shot opportunity. Can't hit from in close. And we finish one half of basketball. Bulls lead by 15. And now let's catch up with Doris Burke, who's standing by on the sideline. Doris?
Kevin, I have Derrick Rose, and Derrick, you guys were scoring pretty nicely as a unit here tonight. How do you facilitate that?
Just be more efficient. I'm taking less shots, making sure that I make my shots and take my time on the offensive end and get people involved in the game.
Thank you, Derek. Kevin, back to you.
Thank you, Doris, for that interview, and we'll see you back here after the break for the third. Welcome back, everyone, to the start of the second half. Big margin on our hands, but we'll see if that gap narrows down in the third and fourth quarters. A fantastic game from Derrick Rose in this one.
Well, I love his tenacity defensively. The way he plays at that end of the floor has been a major factor here in this game.
And as the game moves on, I think he should continue to be aggressive defensively to keep ball handlers off balance and uncomfortable.
On the court for Orlando, at the 2 and 3, it's Oladipo and Tobias Harris. Fry and Vucevic are the power forward and center. And it's Payton in at point. Now here's Payton after the miss from Pau Gasol. Payton dishes to Vucevic. Pick by Vucevic. And Oladipo kicks to Payton. And there's the pass to Fry. The kick out to Oladipo. The three-pointer, no good. Chicago leading by 13. On up the court. Finished off the break. Dunleavy's got 5.
Another pass put right into the shooter's pocket, right in the shooting pocket for a terrific assist. They've done a lot of that today.
Yeah, it's something we haven't seen much of at the other end of the floor, though.
And for those of you turning in, we're about a minute into the second half. Pass to Oladipo. Harris outside. 5 on the clock, and there's the foul. It goes on Jimmy Butler. That's his first foul. And the officials signal the backcourt violation. Not very careful there. While we have a chance, let's now take a look at the teams that top the league in shooting from beyond the arc. Number 5, the Bulls.
Seemed like they went through stretches, guys, where they just didn't miss from beyond the arc, and that carried those numbers right up to the top of the list.
Here's Dunleavy. They lead by the biggest margin of the game, 15 points.
Well, what was supposed to be the triumphant return for Derrick Rose a year ago quickly turned into another nightmare season. Finally returning from that torn ACL in the 2012 playoffs, he managed only 10 games before tearing the meniscus in his other knee. Just devastating. We obviously hope that Rose can come back and put in a full season.
Just over a minute and a half played here in the third. For 3, Dunleavy. It's hauled in by Fry. Fry has got 6 rebounds now in the game.
Well, his shot's been off today, no question. He's not the guy they're going to want to look to if they want to keep this lead where it is.
Payton, again, the magic score.
That's a nice play there. The more contributors this team can get, the better.
The Bulls leading by 10. Three-pointer, Butler. It's good. This time the assist from Rose. Rose has got assist number 5 here tonight.
That was simply a defensive breakdown there, Kevin. He was all alone for that shot. It was a warm-up jumper.
Now here's Payton.
Alfred Payton out of the University of Louisiana at Lafayette, which normally is not a feeder school for the NBA. He didn't get the same level of exposure as some of his contemporaries got, but his size and athleticism at the point guard spot is really hard to ignore. He's one of the real sleepers in this year's draft, and as I like to say, doesn't make any difference where you play. If you have game, it will travel.
And Payton shot up draft boards, ended up going number 10. The Magic hoping he's their starting point guard for the future.
Love what this guy brings to the table. I know he was unheralded and not highly visible coming out of Louisiana Lafayette, but this guy can dribble it, he can pass it, he's really good ability to defend, excellent athleticism. This guy will be in the running for Rookie of the Year.
Nice comment.
Tobias Harris, a combo forward, originally drafted by the Bucks out of Tennessee. I love his game. He does a little bit of everything and does it all well. He can handle. He shoots it a bit from outside. Not sure what his best position is going forward, but
He's a quality player.
And a chance here to catch up with the fourth member of our crew, Doris Burke. Hi, Doris.
Well, Kevin, for some, Aaron Gordon is seen as a tweener. And for Gordon, it isn't going to faze him. He said, obviously, you have to play a position in the NBA, but I'm going to do a little bit of everything. Post up, hit jumpers, go by people. I'm going to do it all. I'm confident that I can play both the 3 and the 4. He has the skills to pull it off, Kevin.
And he does. Thank you, Doris. And Harris, to this point in his career, has fared better defending small forwards. But Stevie continues to get stronger.
Yeah, I think that's, kind of what should help him inside as he continues to grow defensively. The stronger you are, the more effective you're going to be against those 4s. And I think ultimately you'll be able to see Harris guard a lot of the 4s in this league, particularly the stretch 4s.
Catching up on the changes for Chicago. Joakim Noah is checked in for Gasol. And it's Heinrich in for Dunleavy. We've gone about 3.5 minutes into the third now. Chicago leading by 18. Rose attacking. Pass to Gibson. And some nice ball movement here by Chicago. Butler from outside. It's hauled in by Fry. Orlando's gone 1 of 3 from downtown since halftime. Here's Green. Finished off the break.
Boy, he is a strong finisher on the fast break.
Yeah, he sure is. He remains in total control, even at full speed. I love that about him.
The shot by Butler, nobody around. It's good. This time the assist from Rose. Rose has got 9 assists now tonight. Ridnour against Rose. Ridnour, that's good. Ridnour's got his second bucket of the night.
4 of their last 5 makes came off of a high-quality shot inside.
Yeah, that's textbook basketball, just having their way down low.
Now here's Butler. 21 points in the game.
Not sure about that one, guys. That was really deep, especially for him. He's not a great shooter from out there.
Not sure what he was thinking about there.
Now, a lot of people thought, Steve, that Chicago had a chance last year to do much when Derrick Rose went down, but they stuck with it and ended up in the playoffs nonetheless.
And they didn't just make the playoffs. They had home court advantage in the first round as well. It seems like when they've gone to him, he's really come through. And that's not something they should get away from.
The Magic trail by 19. Now a timeout called by Orlando.
The Magic are still clearly in the process of rebuilding, but sooner or later, and I think it'll be sooner, they'll be looking to get back into the playoffs with the kind of talent they've started to collect.
Here's what Chicago's going with right now. Mirotic is checked in for Gibson. McDermott comes in for Butler. And Tony Snell subbed in for Rose. Now here's Gordon. Off target from outside. And with the Magic 2 consecutive years now, Steve, where they've been beaten out of the playoffs, but that could change soon.
Well, this franchise has had so much success since it started that even a 2-year absence from the playoffs seems like a drought for them. In fact, 4 years is the longest they've ever gone without making the playoffs, and that was when they were actually formed in 1989.
5 seconds separating the shot and game clocks. And there's the feed to Harkless. 6 to shoot. Another miss by Orlando. Snell, the pass to Noah. And as we end the third quarter, a double.
This Saturday, November 8th, Damian Lillard and the Portland Trail Blazers take on Chris Paul and the Los Angeles Clippers. Be there.
The Bulls leading by 19 points. Mirotic is out there with Noah. Then there's Tony Snell. Then there's Heinrich. And it's McDermott in at the 3 slot. So that's the 5 in the game for Chicago.
Boy, they've come out of halftime just smoking hot from behind the arc.
Hey, trust me on this one, partner. They are going to continue to let them fly.
Now here's Harkless. Payton dishes to Harkless. Payton drives in for the 3. Again, the miss by Gordon.
And the rebounding numbers don't actually tell the whole story. I mean, they're barely ahead in that category, but when they've needed them, they've gotten them. They've really battled hard.
It's their work on the glass, Steve, that's prevented any kind of momentum swing.
Here's Gordon. The basket drops, and he gets fouled on the shot. One free throw coming his way.
And you love the concentration. Gets hit, but stays with the play.
Yeah, he showed a lot right there. Plenty of concentration, finding a way to get that shot to fall.
Catching up on the changes for Chicago. Pau Gasol's checked in for Mirotic. Dunleavy comes in for McDermott, and it's Jimmy Butler coming in for Tony Snell. And here is Payton. Following Kirk Heinrich's three, Harris kicks to Oladipo. Harris a screen on Butler. Harkless the pass to Harris. He got an advantage there off the pick and took it right in.
They are not rotating nearly quickly enough on defense down low. Got to get quicker there.
And even if it costs them some foul trouble, I mean, they need to start putting some bodies on bodies. Be physical.
And the call will be against Joakim Noah. And that'll be his third foul so far.
Well, the old days of the dollar-for-dollar luxury tax are gone. The new, more punitive luxury tax really changing the way the league does business. Teams like the Knicks and the Lakers and the Celtics, high-revenue teams, they're not nearly as willing to go into that tax anymore. So it really has kind of leveled the playing field.
The Magic trail by 21. Harris dishes to Fry. Payton outside, and Harris wide open. He shoots once again off the mark. Orlando. The Bulls have gone 2 for 5 on field goal attempts in the fourth quarter. Dunleavy kicks to Butler. Gets the three-pointer to fall. Butler's got 24.
And they're getting their points now almost exclusively from the three-point line. That's 4 of the last 5. You got to run those guys off the line.
I agree, and the defense is practically giving them those shots, though.
Orlando's gotten off to an 0 for 2 start from downtown here in the fourth quarter. Payton drives in. Another miss by Orlando.
It's a +5 advantage for them in the rebounding category after that board.
Very steady work they've been doing on the interior, no question. And that's, I think, the main reason they have this lead.
You know, there's no better sign of how efficiently a team is operating than their assist numbers. And theirs are fantastic.
It's just beautiful basketball to watch, Clark.
Here's Fry after the Bulls pick up 2.
Well, quite an interesting upbringing for Victor Oladipo. His mother and father immigrated from Nigeria. They ingrained a great work ethic in their children. But his father in particular didn't really approve of his son's focus on basketball. But Victor was undeterred.
Bairstow, he's checked in for Taj Gibson. So Orlando going with an almost entirely new group here. Kyle O'Quinn, he's checked in for Gordon. Andrew Nicholson comes in for Channing Frye. Evan Fournier's checked in for Harris. And it's Green in for Payton.
And Oladipo growing up the only son among 4 children with a strict, somewhat distant father. In a lot of ways, his coaches and teammates became a kind of second family. And he latched onto his coaches for guidance.
He's not going to miss many of those, if any. Not when he's got that much room.
Rose gets to Gasol. Here's Butler. Rebound by the Magic.
That's a great shot if there's 1 second left in the game.
Yeah, that would be the good time to do it. Not now.
And the story goes that Oladipo in his sophomore year in high school broke his foot. And Clark, rather than stay home, he went to practices and ran the scoreboard, even swept the gym on tour.
Yeah, he said he didn't want the coaches to forget about him, Kevin. Just a true gym rat mentality. And that's part of the reason he's played as well as he has in the NBA.
The Magic trail by 21.
A lot of things get talked about with the NBA and playoff structure, and there's been some mention about opening things up in the near future. One thought is to have more teams make it in and have a play-in round between the bottom teams.
Just 5 to shoot. The Magic need to get a shot off here. From deep, Green, and that one's good.
That is not an easy shot right there. He had to get it off over a taller defender.
A little bit of a rainbow 3, but like you said, it had to be with the size mismatch.
Now here's Rose, and they wasted no time getting those 3 points back. And the Bulls lead by 21. Well, Clark, addressing playoff restructuring, we know now that 8 come in from the East and 8 teams, the top teams in the West. Another change being thrown around is just taking the top 16 teams from both conferences combined in seeding them.
Don't like it. Don't like it. We tend to overreact when we have an aberration. The Suns don't get in the playoffs with 48 wins, and 2 or 3 Eastern Conference teams get in sub 500, and now you want to shake it all up. I'm not for that. The top 8 in the West and the top 8 in the East make a lot of sense to me, because it would be a scheduling nightmare otherwise if you try to
keep it as is.
And in terms of trying to have a balanced schedule,
yes,
when you go to just the top 16 teams, it wouldn't work. Geographically, I just don't think it makes sense. We've got to stay where we are there.
And one team is just completely outclassing the other tonight. Spirited performance, and it really ignited what is turning out to be a monster win here for the Bulls.
But, Steve, you don't see this kind of a blowout often. But tonight, this is a quality win across the board to deliver out Clark this kind of punishment to
Well,
him.
you know what? I thought they did a nice job of playing against the game. They kept the pressure on and clearly were dominant in every area.
And so with this, they'll end up with their second win on the year.
And it's always nice to get win number 1 against an opponent you'll be seeing a total of 4 times over the course of the year. They really set the tone tonight for their season series against the Magic.
You look at the stats and you'll see just how dominant a game this was for Jimmy Butler. It was the kind of game for him that all scorers dream of, where the basket just seems to be incredibly wide.
Here's Snell. Good, and Heinrich gets the assist.
And the fans loving what's transpired here tonight. A really good victory for these guys.
Sure was. I mean, they did just what they needed to do to keep the visitors from getting any momentum going at all.
Got a piece of it. Three-pointer. And it's Orlando with the rebound. From midcourt. And so Chicago takes this one, and by a big margin. And this one was such a lopsided victory.
They never let up. They were full throttle from the start.
And a chance now to send you over to Doris Burke, standing by on the sideline. Doris?
Derek, tremendous work on the glass tonight. How important is that aspect of the game to this team?
It's huge. That's all Tiff talk about, second rebounding. We crash the boards, our bigs are big at it, and when we pass it back out, we usually got the three-pointer, so it's easy basketball.
Derek, thank you so much. Guys, hard to run if you don't rebound the ball.
All right, Doris, thank you. And for Clark Kellogg, Steve Kerr, and Doris Burke, this is Kevin Harlan thanking you for tuning in to the NBA on 2K Sports. Now, our Jordan player of the game, Jimmy Butler.